call the roll?
Member DeLong?
Here.
Member Cuban?
Here.
Member Mason?
Here.
Member Snyder?
Here.
Member Denton Mitchell?
Here.
We have a quorum. We're prepared to do business. First item is consider approval of the minutes for December 16th, 2022 special board meeting. Has everybody had a chance to review the minutes? Do we have any changes, corrections? If not, do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Minutes adopted. Consider approval of the minutes of the January 9th special board meeting. This was the one where we convened along with the city where they were meeting downtown, and because more than two of us would be there, we called for a special meeting, prepared minutes, so that everybody would know that we were there. We obviously didn't take any action, but that we were there, so we have those in front of you. Does anybody have any changes or corrections? Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Minutes adopted. Next item, Mr. Den, consider accepting the financial statements for the month ending December 31st, 2022.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good evening. We are 6 months through this fiscal year 2023. Fiscal year ends in June of each year, June 30th. The financials start on page 23 of your board packet. As every month, we have for you the statement of net position, our cash and investment schedule, debt schedule, statement of revenue, expense, and change in net position for all departments and all divisions. As you can tell from looking at these, there's not a whole lot of change between November and December. Balance sheet is pretty much in line with it was the month prior. Our revenue is within expectations, and we are keeping costs contained below budget. So we're sitting in a decent spot where we thought we would be through 6 months. I'd be glad to go in depth or answer any questions the board may have, but it's kind of non-eventful for now.
Let me ask you that, have we got any sense yet, or is Cassie or April Rhodes here?
Cassie Estel's here.
I mean, do we have any sense yet on what December bills are gonna look like? I mean, at this point, how much, because we went through December and we had some really, really cold weather. I mean, do we have any idea how bad a spike that's gonna be? Or I noticed where LG&E was saying that their gas part was going down next month because they'd had a change in gas prices, but they were talking about higher customer bills overall, and I just wonder if we had a sense yet on what the bills are going to be.
I can give the board I could send you information after this as far as the difference between last year and this year for the same time period, but I know just from looking at my own, it is elevated for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, it was 3 days, the heat pump did not quit,
Yeah.
so.
Okay, anybody have any questions, David, on the financials? Do we have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion, financials are accepted. Next item is number 3, annual insurance renewals, mixed bag. Consider approving renewal of FPB's insurance policies in the amount of $1.2 million. Hans and Charlie Hamilton to discuss.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to follow your great advice on board presentations and assume everybody can read and just give
Yes.
a little bit of, just give a little summary of this tonight.
That was what Senator Maloney always said is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And then
Just assume I can read, don't read to me, and yes.
Indeed. And then I'll turn it over to Charlie Hamilton and Stanley Marshnick, our insurance experts, who are with us here tonight for questions. Charlie and Stanley went out to 49 companies for pricing purposes on these policies and came back with an overall 4.6% increase this year. Some of the highlights are there on page 2 for the items that were kind of what went up, what went down. The savings, got some savings that resulted this year on our directors and officers coverage. That was down this year for 17%. Our property coverage went up about 8%. And of course, the amount of stuff that we're insuring, basically, the cost of that went up by about 4%. Cyber was the biggest increase. I thought was about 12.4%. That's in line with what I've been. TVPPA puts out an article about this time every year, coincidentally, about risk management and so forth. And some of what they reported said that some of the policies renew at 50% year over year, with some of 100 to 500%. So we did really well with our IT department and the kind of protocols that they have in place, that those are measured. The cost of the insurance generally runs in line with inflation. I went back and looked at, Charlie's got we got about a 10-year spreadsheet. But if you look at about the past 8 or 9 years and throw out the COVID craziness that went on, it runs about 2 to 3%. So this year, 4.6 with inflation and with what it is, I think that's pretty well in line. So I'd ask that the board move to approve the authorization to bind in the 1/203/870.92 amount that you mentioned earlier. Now, with that, I'll turn it over to Charlie and Stanley for questions. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions of Hans or Charlie? Is this about, so from what you're saying, from the marketplace, what all's going on, one, I think, David, you basically included assumption that we'd be paying more in the budget, right?
Yes, sir, we did. We budgeted $1,213,000, so I'd like to say we just did a good job, but that's, yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
So-
David, let
Yeah,
me
go
ask you a
for it,
question. David, that amount, that 1.213 amount, does that include the things that are not included in here? That is absent workers' comp, which is a separate policy, correct?
Yes, sir, that is
Okay.
right in line.
And the
just
one other thing
$10,000.
we had a 3-year policy on, that's not included in here either, in the budget amount?
This budget amount captures everything that would be expensed in this budget year, so.
Okay,
yes,
so
I-
but that's in line with what the 3-year total on that was?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hey, any questions, other questions for David or Charlie? You think we got any more than 49 surveyed any more than that, or did you catch everybody?
I think that's a good sample.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, if it's in order, I'd make a motion we consider approve the renewal of FPB's insurance policies as laid out in the presentation in the amount of $1.203 million.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Policies are approved.
Thank you.
Great presentation, Hans.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Next, number 4, public comments. Okay, next one is web comments. We had one.
We had the one, and I think we're working on a response to that on that one.
I guess you all saw it was a web comment on Facebook, and someone commented, I think there's a draft response that you all
It is a
got,
draft, yes.
that basically was critical of us using RWE, because RWE in the past had been involved in maybe some negative publicity, whatever. And of course, as you all know, Ashwood was originally owned by Eon. Eon was sold to RWE, and even though RWE may have gotten some, I guess, some negative publicity in the early 2000s, they're under no federal prohibition, court order, or anything else that prohibits them from bidding, owning, or doing business with any government agency that we're aware of. David? Oh, okay. So, I think, Hans, you've kind of looked at it and confirmed that factually that's about where we are. So you'll be posting a response to that if that's okay with everybody. So, okay, next one, Vint, this is always when you're the master of ceremonies.
Yes, sir. We'll start with our public information, and Kathy Lindsay's not here tonight, so Harvey Couch will do that for her.
With the holidays, we haven't had a ton of public events in the last week.
There we go. Sorry about that. With the holidays, we haven't had a ton of public events in the last month, but we're starting to set our schedule for the spring to do some public events around Next Band. We've continued public education on TV everywhere, letting our customers know that they can access their favorite channels live and on demand wherever they are with their FPB cable subscription. Over at Cable 10, we did a major update on the Around 10 studio set, and also tipped off our high school basketball coverage with Game of the Week. And this time of year, just want to mention our Roundup Winter Care program, and also the Power Gift Certificates for folks to help people, like you mentioned, with high utility bills. But happy to answer any questions you guys have. I'll do my best if you have any.
Any questions for Harvey? Thank you.
Okay, next will be the Network Operations Center report.
Before we do that, we've got the related party transactions. David,
This
our
is
hands
just a time for any board members that
to
have
come
any
forward
yeah.
and get it off their chest?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Anybody have any conflicts of items on the agenda, but I have been told none.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So we'll have the NOC Director, Darren Rambo, will give you your network operations report, and that's on page 171 in your board package.
Yeah, good evening. For the month of December, it looks like the NOC handled 2,655 phone calls, and we only had 481 locates in December, but obviously it was a cold month, it was a holiday month, so it was a little bit down. Looks like we're back up again this month, so with this little snap of warm weather, everybody's rushing to get a few projects done, so busy month this month. We'll see what February looks like, hopefully nice and sunny like January. But with those 481 locates, that makes us 4,365 for the fiscal year. Across the three utilities is 13,095 locates, so still pretty busy so far.
Yeah.
So, any questions I can answer for you folks?
Questions, Darren? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it.
We'll be hearing more from you later, right? In closed session? Yes, sir.
Okay, next we'll move to customer service, and that is on page 173 to 176 of your board packet. And Cassie Estel, Customer Service Supervisor, will give you that report.
Good evening, members of the board. As Vince stated, our reports are on page 173 to 176. We continue to have ACP hold at about the same. It did drop a little this month. However, some of their guidelines, the federal government, of course, goes in and reviews all those applications, and if people no longer qualify, we have had some recently where they have been notified and we've had to remove that benefit. It's rare, so that number holds pretty steady. The holds, which is the payment arrangements, we have finished with all of our COVID ones finally officially, so these are just an average amount of customers that have payment arrangements with us. And one thing I wanted to mention, we talked about the cold snap, and our Cycle 1 customers have been billed for that snap of weather. We billed that on the 11th last week, so half of our base approximately has seen whatever it's going to be for them. And we're happy to work with anyone if they need assistance. One thing we did was open up our payment arrangements on the portal again. It was closed during COVID, for lack of a better word, just because the rules we had from higher up, we had to do it differently. But we've restarted that, and it's a great way for customers. If you need to do a payment arrangement, you don't have to call us. You don't have to wait in that phone queue. You don't have to come in here and wait in line. If you log into the portal, create a portal account, you can do your payment arrangement directly that way. It requires a quarter down, and then you make your payment through the portal directly at no fee to the customer. So it's very simple for them to do it that way, and we would encourage people to start to utilize that if that's something they need. And just because it meets them where they are. If they're at home at 10 at night and they've decided they want to do a payment arrangement to avoid disconnect, they don't have to try to rush and call or get in here. They're just able to log in and do that up until the moment that the disconnects happen for them. So that's up and running. Our IT department got that working, and it's working pretty well. We have people utilizing it, but I wanted to mention that with the weather that we've had.
Did you notice in that first cycle billing, were the bills up quite a bit, or could you?
I didn't see those numbers. As far as what we review before they go out, kind of all those big numbers go to David. We're looking more at the usage side. And yes, sir, there was a huge increase in usage for electricity. And then also there was a lot of water. I know it was mentioned early this morning due to leaks. There were a lot of leaks during the cold snap. And would like to also mention, if you're a customer that experienced a leak, we do have a water leak adjustment policy. Every situation is kind of unique. However, if you had a leak and you've repaired it either yourself or had someone repair it, reach out to us. You can call, you can come in, you can email us information. We just have to get proof of your repair typically, and then we can work with you on a possible adjustment if you qualify. So
Which then
I'll look for
automatically
us.
also adjusts their sewer bill, right?
They have to do an application
Okay.
through the sewer board, and we typically will email that to them so that they have that. It's just a one page,
Right.
and then that can be sent directly to the sewer board. We still punch that adjustment, for lack of a better word, but they do have to fill out that separately and request that from them separately.
Okay.
But I know we had a lot of leaks, so I just
Really?
wanted to mention that if people experience that, to give us a call. Be happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Any question?
Thank you.
Telecommunications.
That will be Adam Hellert, the telecom superintendent, and the telecom report is on page 177 to 180 in your board package.
Good evening. As Vince said, the report starts on page 177 with customer penetrations. Everything looks pretty good there. As far as outages, we were doing really good until the 23rd. We had the weather event that come through, and the code usually affects us pretty bad, but we only actually had 4 outages, which was good. If you look at the chart, in 2017, we had a similar thing, and we had quite a few more outages. So a lot of that has to do with some upgrades we made to active equipment a couple years back, and so it handles the weather, temperature swing a lot better. Trouble call was actually down for the month of December, so that's good too. Like I said, we had more large-scale outages than we did anything. Next band, the contract crews are working in Bentwoods and Thornhill, and also still doing underground in 2 Creeks. We're trying to bring some more crews in. Hopefully another 2 weeks we'll have another 2 aerial crews to kind of speed up a little bit. We're actually bringing more fiber splicing crews in to try to speed up because we're running a little behind schedule than we'd like to be at this point in time. So be happy to answer any questions if there's any.
Questions for Adam? Thank you, sir.
Okay, next we will move to the electric department. And we have the Assistant Electric Superintendent, Russ Carter, here tonight to give you the electric report, which is on page 181 to 184 of your board packet. And then Travis McCullough will give his report afterwards.
Thank you, Vin. Evening, board,
Thanks,
chair. As Vince stated there, the electric departmental report begins on page 181 of your board package. You can see our SAIDI numbers for the month of December, 34.5. Over on page 182, that's broke down into a pie chart. Page 183 breaks that down a little further to the causes of some of those. You can see we had a total of 26 outages for the month. And then on page 184, you can see the 10 top customer minutes of interruption for the month of December. And if you look at those dates, again, that's a lot of that around that December 23rd timeline, that cold weather we had. We had a total of 243 customers affected for the month of December with outages. And I'll be happy to entertain any questions you have.
I'd just like to mention, the board member wants to, we mentioned it in front of the city commission last week and wanted to commend not just your people, but the water people, the telecom, and all the people. Other utilities surrounding us had rolling blackouts. We had our KYMEA contracts, we had the capacity. Gary had conversations with them with that Friday before Christmas, Friday evening. We had the power, we had scheduled the power. I mean, we were fortunate, don't get me wrong, anything could go, but everybody at the plant board, people were able to go home that weekend. The last thing we want to do is someone in their home in the middle of the night, power's out, and they don't know if they got a problem, they don't know what's going on, they don't know who to call. And we can all say, well, just look at the website, but that's easier to say than an 80-year-old person trying to get on,
Yes.
not get on anything, just trying to wonder, calling their family what's going on. So you all did just an unbelievable job keeping everything going that weekend because, TVA, KU, everybody, it was a tough weekend.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we had a crew work the night of the 23rd. They worked all night. And then the next morning we had another crew come in and relieve them. They did a fabulous job keeping everything going. So
'Cause it was
I would
cold.
agree.
Anybody have any? But just thank you all.
All right, thank you.
Really briefly on AMI, kind of business as usual. We're getting a few hundred meters a month. Are still kind of trickling in. Again, not exactly what we want, but better than nothing. So our internal folks are deploying those out as they get time. So we're getting a handful of meters a day, or slowly progressing along. We've got a meeting set up with them next month that's supposed to have all their supply chain people. So probably in February we'll have a little more informed update on what the next 6 months, a year looks like.
Do you have any feel as the next 6 months supply-wise going to be about the same, more, not hard to tell? Or?
As of right now, they're telling us the same or possibly a little better. Not full-scale deployment type of numbers, but they don't see it getting any worse, and hopefully a little better. That's kind of what they're telling us so far.
That's a great business thing, and they don't see it getting any worse.
Well,
I mean, it's just what it is.
it's a strange position to be in. I know
Yeah.
I've never experienced
Yeah.
anything like that. And then community solar, we're again kind of business as usual. Nothing as far as I'm aware of is an action item that we would need tonight. Last month we approved the change order for the black fence and the larger load center. That's all been taken care of. Upcoming, we need to get a tariff document before the board to review and discuss and hopefully get approved. They should begin construction kind of weather depending, March, April, some point in the spring. So we'll actually get to see, some earth moving and some panels go up. Just wanted to mention that and see if there were any open items the board needed me to address on.
Where are we at on the rate study? Where's that at in terms of timeline? Still about where we talked about?
Yeah, about where we thought we would be. We had a meeting last month with them where we did the big data requests, all the information we gave to them. So as of right now, they're mostly picking through that. The solar is one thing we discussed specifically with Craig that we need to make sure, we fully vet that rate that goes to the customer. We make sure, everything's considered and it's an accurate rate. So that is one thing we're working on.
And this really isn't an action item per se, but just last week we were in front of the city commission, we briefly mentioned if the city, because the city is interested in acquiring more solar, and we brought up if they were interested in us building phases 2, 3, and 4 on the community solar, or interested in an allocation of our SEPA, or when Ashwood comes on, do you have any sense, and I don't know if Hans, you've had a chance to look at it, if we wanted, say the city comes back in 30 or 60 days and says, we're interested in phases 2, 3, and 4 on community solar.
Okay.
And we had a rate for them and so forth, which obviously they need that kind of information. Can we amend the current contract, or do we go out for a bid for phases 2, 3, and 4? Because I know, Hans, you were looking at, we had the first phase, which was the design net and the infrastructure, but can you add on phases 2, 3, and 4 to that, or is that a new bid situation? And you all may not have a chance to really work all the way through it yet.
I haven't really had a chance to talk with Travis yet, but I don't know. Kind of the rule is unless you change the nature of unless you really you're kind of expanding the scope of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the same project, so you could maybe a change order might be something. Change order, amendment to a contract.
Mm-hmm.
You can go back and just expand what you're trying to do. You're not changing the fundamental nature of the project.
And I don't know if that's something the city wants to pursue, but that's, I think there's probably some economies in doing a change order, because you got one people in working, and we were going to, a lot of the design support systems would support it all, but
There's I think it's a 1962 Attorney General opinion.
that was a good year for
That
them.
talks about, long time, vintage at this point, but it talks in detail about when you can use a change order. And that's basically the gist of it, is if you're not really changing the it's the same project, you're just kind of expanding it or contracting it, then you can kind of, change it up at how you see fit.
Right.
So,
Hence, with that, if the price dropped a little bit because of scale, if we did get economies of scale, would that still fall in line?
I think that would still hold true.
Okay.
I mean, nothing stops you from rebidding.
That's
true.
true.
If you
can-
approached them, say, illegally,
And you
from a
can, you
procurement
could
standpoint,
rebid
you
it.
can't amend, but if we went to them and they said, this is what we want, we said, no.
You can rebid
We're not
it,
paying.
yeah.
We're not paying that. We're going back out. A lot of times they'll have a vision and come back with a lower price. So,
Yeah, and like I said, nothing would stop you from doing a separate, like you say, if you thought there's a different technology or some new process you wanted to explore, you can always issue a bid once you have your phase
Yeah.
1 done.
I was thinking, if you go from 300 kilowatt-ish to 1.2 megawatts, definitely economies of scale there.
Yeah.
I mean, a little bit of drop in price usually.
and I think, Vint, your kind of just back of the envelope was, if the city were interested in that, that would take care of City Hall and the public safety building, right?
Yes, I believe when there would be a little bit left over. Is that
That's the way I
correct?
remember it too, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that would be about 1.2 megawatts if we went all 4 phases, is that right?
Here, this one was about 500 kW, all 4 phases, kW AC. Each phase was 150 kW AC,
Okay.
so, DC number would be a little higher, but yeah, it was
Okay.
roughly 500 kW.
AC, right?
500 kW AC, yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And we've got enough SEPA that if the city wanted to take a dedicated allocation, there's enough SEPA to totally cover the city's needs, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
we
know.
have, I would have to check the kilowatt hour usage, but there's 15 megawatts of capacity through SEPA.
And we learn from it potentially to do the other phases ourselves.
Oh, okay.
But it would be interesting to see if the economies of scale overrode any potential savings of us sort of doing more of the work ourselves in-house after seeing phase one done.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's an idea I think we kicked around from the beginning is get help with this one because we don't know what we don't know, of course. See how that goes. We could certainly try and price it out and see how it compares if the board would like us to.
Because I think the city's interested in getting some things online by the end of the calendar year, I believe, in terms of some dedicated solar. So probably if you added those phases, that would be, if you could get the panels, probably cheaper.
Right.
Well, maybe we should formally ask them if they want it, if they want to do that,
Yeah.
because the sooner we know, the better we'll be.
Yeah.
So,
I think their first question would be, what would it cost?
Yeah.
As far as what that would do to their rate and stuff, and those things are being worked on with our cost of service
Yeah.
study, so we don't have those answers for them right at this
And
moment.
then you sort of need to know what the price is for the other three phases,
well, that's what I'm
assuming they'd be
saying.
close to the current, I mean,
I think, Steve, what you're saying, we should just ask the solar
Well, yeah,
vendor.
the first step is to ask if they're
the city
interested in
even
doing
pursuing,
it.
yeah.
You know, and that would have to be, I would think, formally ask them in a letter or something. And then if they are, then we start down this road of
pricing and.
the steps,
you know.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, based on the study, NREL study report, there are other options they could available for them because the last year you approved part of the tariff is the green tariff based on REG. Those actually available for short term for city if they want to. That maybe is the lowest cost option for them too.
Sure.
Before, for example, they have a more interesting on the Ashwood or any other option available. Those actually is a part of NREL report.
And I know you're all gonna be following up with the city here in the next few weeks to kind of get some more input back, so a lot of options.
One more
Sure,
question. Somebody, it might have been you, had sent around some information about installation of the panels directly on the ground.
Jason did. I think, wasn't it you, Jason, or Gary? The flat panels as opposed to,
I think it's Gary.
was it Gary? Yeah.
Is that anything that could happen with this project?
I did forward it on to them. I've not got any feedback yet, so I'm kind of in a holding pattern, but I have put that on Solar Energy Solutions, ask them if they have any experience with it. Pros, cons, cost, benefits, that kind of stuff. I'm waiting on an answer. I've not got that yet, but I'll share that as soon as
Me
I-
and Van discussed a little bit of the idea. You know, remember we both never designed the solar before, but the slope of this property is against the direction of the solar setup. So the solar really prefer going to other slope instead of south is higher and north is lower. So if you put a flight, except you have to put a lot of earthwork, fly them out, then that slope actually against the direction for better wind, better annually production. I think you probably want to 30-degree facing south. That give you more production. But I won't admit it, I don't know enough really to part it. That's the first project happened in U.S. in Texas, but layout of land is almost perfect flight. And there are other questions in that article they didn't mention is lost efficiency because you don't have the angle, and you also don't have newer one you're tracking follow the sun. You don't have either one, you lost efficiency on that, but they gain the cost of saving because there's no steel structure, they directly fly on it. But that's the newest one try. I hope they are successful. Hopefully everyone can learn from it. But they never mention this part. But gain and loss, what's the benefit? That detail too. correct? I think you asked.
I was just in a recent meeting and they were talking about angles and they were saying that if you go too high, the shading from the panels can shade the other panels. So
Right.
that's another efficiency loss there. So, so do we have a price from them if we did want to go all 4 phases at once?
We did not. We got a phase 2 price,
Okay.
which was, we've all discussed, a little lower than doing the phase 1, because remember with phase 1, we're clearing the whole site, fencing the whole site, putting in the infrastructure for the interconnect, all with that phase 1. So, you know, with inflation being what it is, it's hard to say for certain. Things are so crazy with prices, but I have to imagine that upfront work we're putting in place, as was mentioned, economies of scale. You know, it was the phase 1 price was a little higher than that bolt-on to do phase 2.
Do we want to just in parallel make an inquiry with the vendor just to get an idea of what the price would be? So if we're talking the city.
I think you need to, before we make that, Hans, you need to make sure you clear it.
If you could expand, yeah.
That we can make that call and not violate several sections of KRS 45A.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, thanks, guys.
And you can just run by Ferguson tomorrow and get some prices?
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. All right. All right.
Okay.
I think that was it for me. Good.
If that's it for Travis, I will give
Thank
you
you.
the SEPA report. That's on page 185 to 187 in your board package. You will notice on 185 that we cleared $87,568 for the month of November. And then on page 186, you will see a comparison of month over month for the past calendar year to the last couple of years. And then on 187, you have the total of the whole project going back from its inception with the Frankfurt Plant Board. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Next one on KYMEA.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. One thing I do, 2 things I like to report. One is the Ashwood project, all the amendment contract being signed between Christmas and New Year. So KYME staff follow the track, make sure by the agreement they can follow the schedule
And hit the
online. Yes.
benchmarks.
Yes, yes. The second I want to report, KYME also have our requirement committee. They've been discussing annually every year in this period of time for the new rate. So they start the budget process, going to have the first meeting next week to start discussing potentially the rate change. But as you know, last year I've been continuing to report the cost increase in KYMEA, and last year, on current budget year, KYMEA used their own cash buy down the rate. So those actually probably cannot continue for following year because their cash already drops quite a bit. So potentially, I can't say what we didn't say yet, right? We didn't have their presentation, their idea, but I would suspect there are going to be some increase rate.
When will we know that?
I think we should know in next 30 or no more than 60 days.
Now, is that something we take action on when?
Not really, but the KYME board is going to be fully discussing it. I will definitely let you know what happened. I don't believe it's going to be significant, but I think their goal is at least make it even, not a significant continual loss money on cash perspective. Do they need to make up a little bit? Maybe. I'm not really sure. But their goal is still even to, we'll have a lot more discussing, and definitely I will report to you.
John?
Gary, that rate, whatever it's set at, takes effect with our new fiscal year as well on July 1st, correct?
July 1st.
So if we have that, Mr. Chairman, in the next 30 to 60 days, that gives us the time to set budget amounts and all that stuff, correct?
Yes.
Okay, good.
That's
Just wanna
also
double check, make sure.
That's also part of Travis talk about the new rate study. Is all going to be rolling in front of you
into the budget.
to have a final say.
Since John mentioned that, David, when, from a budget standpoint, when do you start kicking off?
It's usually into March.
Into March?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Any other questions for, okay, safety? Ben?
Yeah, okay, safety will be the safety director, John Lyons, and that report is 189 through 190 in your board package.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. As Vince mentioned, the safety report starts on page 189 and runs through 190. Happy to report no OSHA recordals for the month of December. We did have one vehicle accident out of our knock locating department, a very minor incident. One of our locating vehicles actually made contact with a small tree. No property damage or injuries.
Made contact with it.
Yes, sir. Happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have?
Block or charge.
Yeah, made contact with a small tree. Any questions for? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You have a great way of putting that, you know?
Those trees will jump out there and get you some stuff, I'm telling you. Next, we'll move to the water division of the company, and we have the distribution superintendent, Brian Bourne, to give you the water distribution report.
Good afternoon, Board, Mr. Chairman. The water distribution monthly report is on pages 191 through 193. We had installed three new services. We had 2 main breaks. We had 1 outage for the month. During the Arctic weather, we had 130 to 140 service calls. We had 1 main break on Shinkle Lane on a 2-inch line, so the guys really worked
I saw that
diligently.
one in the newsletter, the break on Shinkle.
Yeah. So we had guys running call 24/7 those 3 days, so I feel like we're very fortunate.
Yeah.
So other than that, we completed a new fire main installation on Lewis Street, and that's all I had.
I can't imagine what was worse than that weather, being up on a pole or being down in water.
Well, the guys were able to get that fixed in about 2 hours.
Yeah,
So it
but
wasn't.
still, that was-
Yeah.
That's
The one thing customers, if you got a building that's empty or you got a house that's empty and you've got that kind of weather coming in, you know, they need to get with us, make sure the water's shut off. Some of these buildings, they may not have heat in them. I mean, fire systems rupture, and so it keeps
Yeah.
us busy. It really does.
Would they just call the main switchboard and then,
Yep,
yeah,
yep.
that's good.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
Thank you,
sir.
Yes.
Okay, next will be David Billings, the director of water.
I'll keep it short.
Because you got a major piece coming here.
Not really a whole lot to add for the reservoir. We chose not to have a construction progress meeting last month because of the lack of work being done. Payment request is the same. The 15th has been approved. The project remains at 96% complete. The contractor has installed all the trees that's been made available to him. That's roughly about 50% of the trees. Work over the next few months will be fencing along Altamont and in front of the tank, handrail and head wall at the retaining wall, and completion of the plantings and site restoration, weather permitting. Paving's been delayed until the spring. Final seeding of native grasses to occur in the summer. Happy to answer your questions.
I know we had a complaint or concern after we had some heavy rains one time on some water, or that potentially was water because we don't have all the grass and everything in.
Yes.
Did we resolve that and figure out what was happening?
We had to. One of them's going to require some attention by the contractor. He met me up there that very day.
Okay.
And he's going to be doing that weather dependent. It is a ditch line back on the back side of the reservoir that has silted in. So there's not enough ditch line there to catch the water coming down. So that'll be taken care of. The other issue that we looked at, couldn't really say that came from the reservoir. Looks like it had. I went and looked. I didn't see any evidence of any high velocity waters coming off of the reservoir. But one of the things that we're kicking around the idea of doing is, we're repaving the parking lot, and we got that extra money. So we're thinking about extending the paving up around it and putting a curb in down through there. So if there is any water that's heading that way, the curb will redirect it. Now I need to work that out with City Works, because what normally would be going down that area would be going somewhere else. So we don't make sure we cause a problem somewhere else.
And the neighbors know we're working on it?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Any
Mr.
questions?
Kennedy's been very helpful on that.
Is any part of the paving, would it be beneficial to look into like the permeable paving? So there's just not a complete water runoff, that some of it seeps into the ground?
I don't think so, and I'll tell you why. Permeable paving really has its place when you're increasing the impervious surface of an area. We have decreased the impervious surface up there significantly because we have so much less concrete roof system. So, you know, under the theory of best construction practices, what you want to do is make sure that any post-development runoff from the area is not greater or more than the pre-development. So in this particular instance, our post-development, post-construction of the reservoir will already be less than it was previously. So to do impervious paving, although it, you know, it might sound good, it doesn't really, you're going above and beyond. And for that particular instance, you know, we would like to shed it away from the area, and impervious, the treatment, the pavement that you're talking about, actually it saturates into the ground. So,
Okay.
that's my opinion. But
Because the city's got it in, what, the city lot next to the public safety building? They've got that lot there is, I don't know how that's worked for them, but.
yeah, you're starting to see it all over town. The problem with it is it stops up over time.
Really?
It silts in.
Well, I've looked at that, and, I mean, there's a house down
Yes.
the slope from it, and I thought, that's why, or else it would have just flooded
Yeah.
that house, which was there first.
A big motor manufacturing company in Georgetown installed a lot of that, and they're having a lot of problems out of it.
Really? Any other questions for David? Okay. Ben?
All right, next we'll move to the water treatment plant report, and we have water treatment plant superintendent Brandon Powers will give you that report, and that is located on 195 of your board packet.
Not buying any chemicals this month?
None to bring to you. But we're buying them, that's for sure. For the month of December, the water treatment plant treated 244,719,000 gallons of water for an average daily production of 7.84 million gallons per day. The water treatment plant's calendar year average was 7.96, which was up from 7.15 the previous year. So that's good. Block 4 averaged 4,739 cubic feet per second for a daily average of 3 billion gallons per day. There was 3.1 inches of rainfall recorded in the watershed for this month. If you have any questions?
Questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Board, that concludes our operations report.
Thanks, Ben.
Yes, sir.
Item 7.1. Consider award of bid invitation number 1773, purchase of 2 remanufacturers pad mount transformers to Sunbelt Solomon Services LLC in the amount of $134,624.
Good evening. I'm sure you remember the last few bids we've had for transformers. We're coming up with some solutions with the pricing and extended lead times for new transformers. So we're comparing remanufactured and new when we need to buy these. These are 2 different sizes of the largest pad mount transformers. The ones we have in inventory are earmarked for projects, so this would be to replenish inventory. We sent 2 bids, one for remanufactured, one for new, and we compared those. The remanufactured is lower price and a significantly lower lead time, so we recommended going with that Sunbelt Solomon for that.
And they still come with warranty and?
They have a warranty, and we began purchasing them the last 4 or 5 months. We did a large order for our annual purchase. These are just the larger ones that we didn't include in that annual purchase, as we don't use these as much.
I think isn't the warranty longer on the remanufactured?
I know the warranty on the last bid was 5 years. I think it was either 3 or 5 for this one.
Okay.
And I think the new ones didn't have a warranty.
Seems like, do you remember, Travis, off the top of your head? I was thinking the remanufactured had a better warranty than the brand new.
It was longer. I don't know if the new ones were either no warranty or 1 year, maybe.
1 year, I think it was.
And then these remanufacturers are 3 to 5, depending on.
John?
Have we put any of the remanufactured, you said we've purchased, I remember we approved the bid to purchase some of those. Have we put any of those in service yet, and have we?
I don't know if we have or not.
What's
They've
the-
just started to come in, so if we have put any, it would just be a few.
Okay.
Because they've just started to come in from our order. We
Okay.
haven't received all of them.
All right, okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Jennifer? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a motion and second? Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Bids awarded. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item, you're staying, aren't you?
It's me again.
7.2, consider award of bid invitation number 1775, price contract for ductile iron pipe and tapping sleeves to core and main and fittings, hydrants, and valves to Ferguson Waterworks.
So these items are, we previously would do an annual price contract for these. These are the items that are used daily in the water department. We did have to switch to a 6-month contract because vendors were not wanting to hold pricing for a year. So this will be the price contract to finish out this fiscal year. The last 6 months, we had the biggest increase, the one that started July 1st. So a couple of these, the fittings and the tapping sleeves did actually come down some from that. The other ones are increased, but not as big as the last bid. So they're still, some of them are still increasing, but, so it's just our normal inventory items.
Are these, I know some's going up, some down. David, overall pricing, is this about where you thought we'd be?
Yes, sir. We were very conservative with the inflationary environment we were during the budget prep, so we assumed that there would be a lot of cost increase.
Okay. John?
Yeah, the two things on the pipe with core and main. Is it a problem that they didn't give you a quote on the 48-inch pipe?
The 48, that is not used as much. What we will have to do if they need that size is either, depending on the amount, if it's over 30,000, for the amount we need, we would have to send a bid just for that,
Okay, all right.
or we could get quotes.
But
if it's under
that's
that.
not used nearly as much. as
It's
the
not
rest of it
used
is.
as much,
Okay.
no.
That pipe's not used, we wouldn't be ordering that pipe at all.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
so in the
And,
case we needed it, we would either do a single bid for that size or
Okay.
quotes, but
Okay.
it's not a
And are
common.
we bothered at all by the Ferguson's delivery time of TBD? I mean, the to be determined on the sleeves and fittings
That,
and
what
stuff.
they said on those, on Ferguson, they put that on all their bids, and it's kind of explained like, if you have a small order, we're probably gonna have it in stock, but if you want, if it's a large order, we're gonna have to tell you
But this is
how long that
essentially a price
is.
contract, and we.
Yeah, the
we can
pricing
or-
will be set.
We can order as much as we want to off of this.
Right.
and- Okay.
Yeah, this sets the
That's it.
pricing, and they're just kinda not wanting to, 'cause they're
Commit
like,
to huge
sometimes it's in
orders.
stock,
That's fine.
but that's
Yeah.
gonna be smaller orders.
Okay, that's fine.
Any other questions for Jennifer? If not, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve bid invitation 1775 as described by staff.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Contracts awarded. Thank you. Item number 7.3, consider change order RFC1 with Easy Construction for Capitol Plaza oil storage tank installation in the amount of $96,285. Travis?
Yes, sir. Good evening again. Last June, the board approved a contract with Easy Construction to do the site work, essentially demolition and concrete installation for our T54 project. If you've been down Wilkinson lately, you've probably seen the substation there is starting to look like a new substation. So that would be this project. When we initially bid it, we did not have the spill control plans finalized, so they didn't have an opportunity to price that in their original bid. Since that time, that's been completed. The engineer's done with the SPCC equipment. We reached out to Easy for a change order to install the oil storage tank. That price came back at $96,285, which is a 15% increase over the initial contract we had with them. But again, this is in addition to the work they're doing, not a change to the original plan. We knew this was always coming, if you will. We have $1.85 million in the budget this year for this project. I should go ahead and say we probably will be a little over budget this year for this project, but a couple things on that. Number one, we're a little ahead of schedule. We had $800,000 in next year's budget allocated for this project, so we're actually a little ahead of schedule. Most of the major equipment has been received, and electric capital overall, we're well under our total capital budget, so I don't imagine any real concern there. But just wanted to point that out there. Be happy to answer any questions.
Travis, it's not a problem with the letter saying, this letter dated the 16th says the proposal's out for 30 days. We talked to them and cleared them.
I have talked to him.
Okay,
I talked to him last week. I think we're good.
Okay, good,
Yep.
good. That's it.
Any other questions for Travis? No? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Contract's awarded. Thanks, Travis.
Thank you.
Item 7.4, action item, consider approving public hearing notice covering number 1, increasing rate for cable network pass-through fee, increasing rate for bulk cable 1 and bulk cable 2, reducing digital gateway fee, reducing Star's Encore rate, and update FPB local weather advertising rates. Harvey,
Thank you, sir.
couldn't stay away, could you?
No, this is not my favorite meeting of the month, but would like to ask for approval of a public hearing notice covering those items that you mentioned on the cable network pass-through fee. As always, those are direct pass-throughs of the increased programming costs of the networks on classic cable. The customer charge will remain the same at $12.79. The increase is right at 6%. And just as a reminder, those are the fees that we pay to cable networks for the right to distribute their programming. The bulk cable 1 and bulk cable 2 increases are they match the same rate percentage increases as our classic cable rate. That's for bulk cable 1 is hotels and dormitories. Bulk cable 2 is for office complexes. And then the third item is the digital gateway fee. This has been $2.50 for a while. That's for every household that has at least one advanced set-top box. And it pays for the on-screen interactive guide, and a small part of it goes for video on-demand content. So we're asking to reduce that from $2.50 a month to $2.40 a month. The fourth item, the Star's Encore rate. You guys recently approved a new agreement with Starz and Encore for those distribution of those channels, and it allows for a lower license fee when it's sold at a lower retail rate. And so we would recommend reducing the rate to $9, and that would allow us to be competitive with their direct-to-consumer offering, which is also $9. And then finally, we made some changes on channel 19 from WeatherScan, and it has enabled us to do some more different things as far as advertising on that channel goes. And so the language in the tariff was specific to WeatherScan, and so we just wanted to update that language to match what the offerings are moving forward. So those items are for $100 for just a single item, either the sidebar or text scroll, $150 for both. And so those are the items. I wanted to show just a couple charts that we update every year. Here's a look at what the increases are, and then Zach, if you can move to the next one on the trend line. So this is so the green line is the amount of the cable bill that stays here in Frankfurt that the plant board uses to run the cable system. And you can see over the this starts at 2004, so we're now on to 20 years, that amount has actually gone down. It's remained flat for the last 4 years at $12.79. And then, the orange line is the piece of the cable bill that leaves Frankfurt, that goes to pay the folks at ABC, Disney, ESPN, the folks at Fox, the folks at Time Warner Discovery for distribution of those channels. And then we just add those two items, and that gets you to the blue line, which is the rate that our customers pay. So
Harvey and Kathy didn't like my idea of a graphic. I like the idea of a truck with the cash leaving town that we don't get to keep, that it leaves Frankfurt. And like you said, the biggest one, that cable pass through, that's not money.
That's a great idea. You may see that.
It's Kathy that killed it, yeah. That actually, that money, we're not keeping any of that
That's
money.
right.
I mean, that is all being paid.
It goes to the broadcast, the retrans fee goes to the broadcast networks, and this cable network pass-through fee goes.
And the broadcast networks are Louisville and Lexington.
Right.
That we're
But
carrying
that's
their
not what
signal.
we're talking about today.
Right, but that's where.
Right, and then the other chunk is the cable network pass-through fee, which we're talking about today, and that is again for basically all the channels in the cable lineup, and all those folks in New York and Atlanta and Los Angeles. So that's that, and then just the last chart is basically the same, just as shown as a percentage. And again, you can see that now 88% of customer bills are going out of town, and 12% of cable TV customer bills are staying here in Frankfurt. So what we're asking for tonight is approval of that public hearing, and we'd hold that at the next regular meeting, and then we would ask you guys to approve these changes at the March regular meeting. So I'm happy to answer any questions you all have on this item.
What is if we don't, I mean, there's really no alternative. I mean, that's what the hearing does, but I mean, in terms of pass-throughs and that, they've submitted the numbers. I mean, there's not much movement.
Well, yeah, I mean, the board has approved, I mean, the agreements are in place, right? And so the cost is gonna, Zach, if you go back to the one before, that orange line, the piece that's leaving town is essentially already committed, right? And so it's just a question of, you could not increase from 97 to 103, but then that line gets smaller. And
then at the end of the day, I mean, the other option is just start reducing channels, right?
Well, right, and that's something, we talk about every time.
But I mean, that's
bring,
for the public
sure,
who wants those channels.
Right.
If they want them, and I know you all frequently, survey and determine what people want, and what we're carrying is what they said they want us to have,
right.
So.
Yep, and we'll continue to, as these agreements come, the advisory committee and staff and you guys will continue to take hard looks at whether they all need to be renewed or not, but this is where we are today with the commitments that have been made so far.
Questions for Harvey?
No, I would just say it is important to remember that we do have a cable advisory committee.
Yes. So this motion would be to hold the public hearing at the February board meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. John, any questions?
Yeah, I'll just say, I'm old enough to remember that I actually served on the Cable Advisory Committee meeting when we didn't have to pay exorbitant rates to broadcasters to carry the channel we can get free over the air, which I have to say at every single one of these meetings.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion, we have a public hearing at the next meeting regarding these cable rate increases.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And you're only voting on holding the hearing.
Yes.
All those in favor, aye. We got that?
Aye.
Those opposed? We're having a hearing.
Thank you, guys.
Harvey, thank you, sir. Ms. Brown, consider changes to FPB's health plan. And I would, before you start, commend you and your staff, because I know this one's been tough to work through. I mean, so appreciate everything y'all have done to protect the employees and from, changing care and different things, so.
Thank you. Good evening, board chair and members of the board. Frankfurt Plant Board Health Plan utilizes the Cigna network for medical claim pricing. Recently, one of the frequently used providers was unable to reach an agreement with Cigna and is currently no longer participating in the Cigna network. Cheryl Morgan, our health plan broker, has recommended temporary alternatives to minimize the disruption this is causing our health plan members. A memo from Cheryl Morgan detailing their recommendation is listed on page 221 of the details pages. One of the recommendations is for FPB to pay out-of-network claims for the provider mentioned in the memo at the in-network level until February 28th. This recommendation is projected to be an additional cost of $10,200 to the plan. If an agreement isn't reached between Cigna and the provider by February 28th, staff will update the board members with new recommendations. Staff asked the board to approve recommendations from Cheryl Morgan listed in the detail pages with effective date of December 19, 2022 until February 28th of 2023. Does the board have any questions?
One question I'll open up there. One, as I understand it, MedBin, we have MedBin, but they use the Cigna network.
Correct.
And then we have a group of providers. This doesn't affect the hospital or most of the pharmacies, right?
It does not affect our local hospital, if that's what you're, it does not affect Frankfurt Regional because they are still in the Cigna network.
Okay.
And it does not affect pharmacy because we have a separate pharmacy vendor and their name is Vintegra.
So the bottom line is, a group of providers who are associated with this, other health providers, does not want to sign the agreement with Cigna.
Correct.
And accept their rates.
Correct.
So the reason for this pause is to give them a chance to still see if they can work it out.
Right, we're
And
hoping.
to give our employees a chance to know that it might be worked out, but it might not, which then might require them to what, either change providers or pay a higher rate, or what happens on February 28th if nothing works out?
We're still working with recommendations from our healthcare consultant. And like I said, I'll update the board, and we will most definitely give our employees and plan members enough time if they have to make a decision to either no longer consider this provider, or if they need to consider this provider as a out-of-network, or we may even, because one of the recommendations that we are doing is we input another network. So again, that could be a recommendation where we have two networks. So we're working on a couple things. Like I said, we're trying our best to minimize the disruption to our plan members. So once we figure out what the best recommendation is, again, we're crossing our fingers and hoping that they will have an agreement before February 28th.
How many employees does this affect, do you know?
It's not only just our employees, it's our plan members. And
Okay.
we have over 500 plan members.
Who are
So,
involved in this?
some way,
Yeah.
somehow, yes. Because that includes not only our employees, but their dependents, their spouses that are on our health plan.
Nichelle, you did have meetings individually with employees today, kind of explaining everything to them and how that's going. You did do that over the course, I know you did some today, but you've been doing that over the course of the last few days, correct?
Just today was the first time that we had meetings, and I have some meetings tomorrow.
Okay, good,
Yes.
thank you.
And they were only if they requested.
Right.
Some full departments did request meetings,
Okay.
and so I'm trying to accommodate them as much as possible. Yes.
Jason?
I'm actually being affected by this directly.
Okay.
Me and my wife, this is our general practitioner, is Baptist Health.
Uh-huh.
So I'll probably just recuse myself from this because we'd have
I don't
medical.
know if you have to recuse.
I'd have
No,
medical
it
bills.
doesn't-
affected by
he
this.
doesn't
It
have
doesn't
to.
affect you any more than it affects anybody who's on the plan. It doesn't, it's not a specific thing for you. Yeah.
Are you sure? Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. As long as everybody knows.
If that
I
was,
just-
if that was the case, because it affects, I'm kind of in the same boat with one of my providers as well, so I don't know if we'd be able to get the votes.
I just want to be transparent.
Informational
that-
stuff anyway, so, yeah.
My wife had a couple appointments. that
Sure.
fall under this. So at least
Okay.
I understand, and thank you for trying to work on this.
As I
We understand it directly.
As I mentioned to Nichelle and mentioned to one of the HR people, this, speaking of cable, this reminds me of when cable companies do brinksmanship at the very end.
Yes.
They try to, make sure you don't lose out, that kind of stuff, so we'll see.
But I really do, I know the board does too, I appreciate, because I know you all have really worked hard on, so.
Trying to figure out a solution, yeah.
So the motion is going to be to approve.
There's nothing we need to.
The recommendations
until-
for sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so it means our employees, they can keep doing what they're doing now and just, they know that it's being worked on, so.
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any further discussions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Billings.
I think we can get through this in about 2 or 3 minutes.
All those in favor of the 2 or 3 minutes?
Before I forget, we've been working on this for a couple of months. Been 5 different departments at the plant. We're working on this: distribution, treatment, engineering. Special shout out to IT and media services for all the help they've done on this. Kind of a background is the water industry's original lead and copper rules in 1991. In 2021, the new regs were promulgated that went into effect. From December 21 to August of last year, the EPA was working on ways to implement them, and they published those, I believe, in November. Since November, we've been working with the Division of Water on what the information would look like and how it should be stored. But what we want to talk about is the first 2 items on Section 8.1. We have to do a service line inventory of all the water service lines in our system. We have about 16,000 roughly service lines. We have to do an inventory on both our side, which would be from the main to the meter, and also the customer side, and that'd be from the meter into the house. All those other items below section 2 are a result of what you find in items number 1 and 2. So the big lift is to get the inventory done. And to do that, we have developed a video we want to put up on the website, do a media blast. So if you could please start the video, we'll start out there. It gives our customers the information we think they need to be able to do their service line inventory.
At FPB, we work around the clock to ensure clean, safe, great-tasting water makes its way reliably to your home or business. The EPA recently required all public water systems to have a water service line inventory completed by October 2024, and we need your help to determine what type of water service line you have. Your help can greatly speed the process, reduce costs, and keep rates more affordable for everyone. Today, we'll walk through a few simple steps to determine what type of service line you have. You can report your service line material online at this address. The first step is to locate where your service line enters your home or building, which typically is in the basement, crawl space, utility room, or garage. It's important we understand the type of service line coming in from outside your building, so you'll want to examine the line as close to the outside of the building as possible. Once you've found where the service line enters your building, through the wall or the floor, you'll want to perform a visual inspection of the service line type. Here we have various types of service line connections: lead, galvanized, copper, and plastic. We know what plastic looks like. This is PVC, and PEX is the newest material being used. PEX can be white, red, or blue. Copper is also easy to spot. As it ages, it goes from new penny color, like this example, to a brownish green color, like an old penny. That would be this example right here. This black pipe is iron, and it's highly unlikely any of you will have a black service line. That leaves galvanized steel and lead service lines, although it's also unlikely any of you will have a lead service line. In any event, these two are similar in appearance. To distinguish between galvanized steel and lead service lines, let's use a magnet. Any magnet will work, including one from your refrigerator. If the magnet attracts itself to the pipe, you'll know the pipe is galvanized steel. If the magnet is not attracted, the line is lead. Sometimes service lines can be covered in paint. In that case, gently scratch to remove a small portion of the paint, or call the Frankfurt Plant Board, 502-352-4433, to get help with the process. Now that you've identified your service line type, please take a photo of your service line to send to the Frankfurt Plant Board. If you have a smartphone, you can fill out the survey right on your phone and make submitting a photo easier. When you take the photo, try and frame it like this, so the service line is clearly visible. Make a note of your property address and service line type. If you aren't sure you've properly identified the service line type or need help with the process, call the Frankfurt Plant Board. We can schedule an appointment to come to your home and perform a service line inspection if necessary. For more information, visit the Frankfurt Plant Board's website. And thanks for helping us keep your water rates affordable.
So the key message there is we're wanting to try to keep water rates affordable. Everything that we do within the department ends up rolled into the rate base. We're asking for the general public to go down in their basement, use the video, and submit their information on the portal. Now we also, there's 2 portals here that we're talking about. We got a customer side portal and a plumbing inspector portal. Zach, do you mind pulling up the customer side portal? So this was on the IT. And Zach, why don't you put 98 Tanglewood Drive in there, an address. It goes ahead and it matches against some of our records and makes sure that you are a customer and you have water. So as you go into that 98 Tanglewood Drive and you pick that you have water, there you go. And you pick that, there you go. I can't control it from up here. Highlight the water. I think you pick on water. Well, we're having technical difficulties, but it was working. It is working. There we go. So it asks you for your name. and how you prefer to be contacted, email or cell phone. Occupant type, either a tenant or an owner. And if you'll, there you go. And it asks you what your service material is. Now, we're asking for more materials to be identified than is currently required under the EPA. There's EPA at this point is looking at unknown, lead, galvanized, needing replacement, or other. We've expanded that a little bit. We feel like we need to know some of these materials in the future. It will be very beneficial. So we've added PEX, PVC, high-density polyethylene, things like that of that nature. Now, we would be very surprised. I don't want everybody to get a panic. We'd be very surprised if anyone finds a lead service line. We've talked with the local plumbers, and the information we're getting back from them, they've never seen them. I've never seen one. I hear rumors that they saw one years ago, an old part downtown that's been replaced long ago. So I would be surprised. I'm not promising that there won't be, but be surprised if there are very many at all. So we're asking our customers to help us do that and help keep rates low. Because if we have to roll a truck and do this, it could get very costly. The other side to this is the plumbing inspector portal. According to the plumbing inspector's office, they do about 1,000 in the county a year. So once we develop an inventory, we have to maintain that inventory and keep up with the updates. This would be doing both, helping us with the initial, but also be providing a constant back feed to keep the materials updated. So it also goes out and makes sure that we have a water related service at the address. You could do 98 Tanglewood again, Zach. And you can go down to the bottom one where it has the water listed as a service. Okay. And this gives the plumbing inspectors a chance to put their name in, who's doing it, their permit number, so they have something to refer back to. Identifies the same material list that we provided to our customers, but also the next one says if they happen to notice our material on our side, it gives them an opportunity to do that as well. Probably won't get a lot of input that way, but it at least gives them a chance to. So this is two opportunities for us to get data back that we're required to by EPA at a low-cost alternative for our customers. Are there any questions?
I'm sure there are. John?
David, when does this, according to the federal government, when does the inventory need to be completed?
October 24.
Okay.
And it's
so
effective.
We have some time.
And it's mandatory. It's not just Frankfurt. It's nationwide.
Every utility that provides water in the nation.
Okay.
And if I don't want to do this, if I say, because people are very concerned about people coming in their homes, or if I say I don't want to participate, what happens?
Well, that's kind of the reason we thought of that, because there's a lot of people that don't want anybody in their home. Mm-hmm. I'm one of them. Mm-hmm. So I'm more inclined to go down and provide this information to keep somebody from having to schedule to come and do that. So we thought that this would help. But ultimately, the end of your question is, if they don't want to do it, I don't think we have any legal recourse or standing whatsoever to force our way into a home.
And from what I understand, you all have inquired with EPA, and they've been silent in terms of
that's
that
been a
legal
question
authority.
Every utility is asked.
Right.
And still not getting an answer.
And if
now that's not to say that we could dig their yard up, but they're not going to like that either.
Right. Are we going to send I know you said we're going to do a media blast. Are we going to send a letter out to every customer?
We can.
I mean, I'm just saying, a lot of people, you say they can do it online. And of course, Mr. Snyder will make fun of my technical expertise here, but there's a lot of people who maybe don't have a smartphone, or they're not going to be real adept with it laying on their stomach in their crawl space, trying to take a picture. If someone says, "Can I just fill out a form? Can I mail it in?" Is that an option?
I don't care how we get them.
Okay. And the other question I had was, I think it's real important, because every time you do something, there's always somebody who tries to do evil. To let people know in terms of scammers or whatever, no FPB employee is gonna come up and knock on your door and ask to come in your home without prior notice and contact and request from you, right?
No, I don't think we would send people have to do cold calls. I
Right.
think we
So
would,
if somebody comes to
we
the
would
door and says-
schedule it.
Yeah, somebody comes to the door and says, I'm with FPB, I need to come in and check your water. Call us, call somebody, but that's not us, right?
We'll schedule something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, people don't, if someone comes cold, that's not us.
That's not us.
No. Then we had talked some, I mean, do we need to offer any kind of incentive? I know we don't, if it costs us to roll a truck, that's what, about $75?
That's what we
If we
came
have
up
to do
with
that?
to do a cutoff back years ago.
Yeah, it's something important to remember. The cost, back in 2015, we looked at all of our rates, general service rates. It was $68 at that time. And that is, the cost of the employee and fringe benefits and the cost of the equipment. So prices are already baked into the budget today between payroll benefits and the capital expenditures for vehicles. So it's not a new 75, we're looking at the opportunity cost really. So if you're doing a run for a service line check, you're not working on some other water project. So it's not a new 75.
And how many water meters do we have?
We have about 16,000 total, but when you consider there's a customer side and a plant board side, then there's 32,000 that need to be done.
And just one other question, I'll turn over. There's several big apartment complexes in Frankfurt.
Mm-hmm.
Does everybody need to do it in every complex, or can the landlord or tenant or owner do it for their whole complex? Or do they need, because I mean,
If
maybe
they
you got
have-
16
if they
people in
have
an apartment,
one
all
meter-
16 need to go in the basement and,
If they have 1 meter, they'll need to go wherever that service line comes into their structure.
Okay.
And make a determination. Or if they have problems, they can call us and we'll help them out.
I was just wondering if a landlord could do it for their whole complex. I mean,
I think we would prefer that.
yeah. Turn over to you all.
I don't know if I'm remembering this wrong, but I thought there was something in the guidelines that if a service line is not identified, it is automatically characterized or categorized as lead?
One of the choices that we have is to put an unknown. The problem with labeling as an unknown is the EPA requires us to treat it as if it's lead. So that Mass has to, that may be a PR issue.
A big PR.
Yes.
I mean, that would be not good for our city or our county to
So
have
we would
that.
like to eliminate as many of those unknowns as we possibly can. And the sooner we get started with this, the more, hopefully we'll be able to alleviate, eliminate.
What's the practical action if someone has a lead pipe? I mean, what does it require us to do or them to do? And I'm asking that because of the unknown.
Hypothetically.
Would be classified as lead.
If it is determined there is a lead service line, again, we don't think they're going to find many, if any, we would recommend that the customer replace it.
So that would be our action.
We would recommend that they replace it. Now, we're not required under the new EPA regulations to fund that unless we use some of the funding infrastructure that's been set aside for that. And we've applied for a grant, so if we encountered any of those during this project, we would be required to offer to at least pay for the lead service replacement on their side of the meter.
But I'm asking that though in the context of if you don't know, it's deemed to be a lead pipe.
Yes, it's treated as
It's
such.
treated as one, so you would sort of react in the same fashion if you actually know it's a lead pipe.
If let's just say, for instance, we had an area where we knew there were lead service lines, you have to change the way that you do your testing. If you're going to go in to disturb that service in any way, shape, form, fashion, replacing the meter, doing maintenance work, you have to let the people know it's lead. You have to educate them. You have to provide them 6 months of filter pictures, and you have to do follow-up testing. That all comes with costs associated with it. So that's what we have to do.
And who is mandating that you do that?
EPA.
Okay, so the ones that you don't know what they are and now deemed under EPA as lead pipes, do you have to do all of those things for those two?
Yes.
Okay.
We treat it as such, do the same testing, do the same filter, education, outreach, the whole nine yards.
So in the grand scheme of things, everything we can identify and the fewer that we have unknown, the better it's going to be for everybody.
Yes.
I mean, by far.
And we think that's going to be, based on our institutional knowledge of the
Right.
system, that's what we think we're going to find.
Right.
And we had talked briefly about, do we, about maybe putting on this, I don't want to call it phase one, but on this initial part to incentivize people over the next 4 to 6 months to do it so that we can kind of get a handle on what we've gotten in. I mean, there's going to be legitimate hardship cases, people who
Sure.
age, disability, who are not going to be able to do it, whether it's in their basement or a crawl or whatever. We did one time, I know, David, you looked at, we did an incentive for people to switch to paperless billing.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any incentive to encourage people to go down and do it and get this done, get it into us right away? Because obviously, if we end up having to roll trucks, either we're going to have to charge or we're going to have to, in fact, spend ratepayer money to go out and do it. Have you all given some thought to, does any kind of incentive make sense in initial time frame?
I think it does if the initial turnout is low. Talked with other utilities. Louisville Water Company is the only company that I'm aware of that's talking an incentive. They're talking about a point of entry credit. So if you'll allow Louisville Water Company to get in and do this, if they don't want, they'll provide you some sort of credit on your bill. They haven't enacted it yet. The other utilities I've talked to, they're not planning on incentivizing it at this time.
We wouldn't want to do a point of entry, would we? I mean, we don't have the kind of staffing to.
No.
Well, what you got to realize is you heard Brian up here a minute ago saying, when fire mains and that freeze up,
Right.
we have people we go out and we help that's called
Sure.
a service call. So we would just utilize those people and
We
do
don't
the
have
service call.
16,000.
No, but I don't expect all of them to have that same want to be done on the same time period
Right.
either. We
But
expect
we
them to
would want to
roll in over time.
incentivize them doing it, the
Yes.
homeowner and
Yes.
the landlord
Themselves, yeah.
doing it. And if plumber inputs this information and then the homeowner goes to put it in, but it's already in there, I mean, does it populate on the,
We're getting, due to IT security concerns, we're getting notified two different ways. We're getting an email if we're getting a notification in on the customer side portal, and we're getting an email if we're getting the plumbing side. So we would, the engineer back in the engineer office that's updating the records, he would probably look at the later one that we received and use that.
well, I'm just thinking, is there, well, first of all, I guess the question is there any back data from the plumbers, or not the plumbers, but the inspectors, the city inspectors, that we can go on and input?
Wasn't it 3?
They only are required to keep records for 3 years. So we can cut it pretty much everything after 1988 is non-lead, so we can't really go back to where we think we might be lead. But yeah, so they have 3 years of records, so we could work on that with them. But as of now, they're saying they're gonna supply information for what they see now. But I don't know if we wanna try to go back within that 3 years. At this point, we're focused on things that maybe galvanizing replacement, lead, so everything in the last 2 years isn't, it's gonna be non-lead.
Yeah, but still it provides the necessary evidence, like you can't just go on.
We can talk to them about that, but one of the things that came out early in the discussion is they wanted a means to notify us. They didn't want an Excel spreadsheet. They wanted something that was useful to them.
This is who's them, EPA?
Plumbing inspectors.
Okay.
They may have a paper record that may be in somebody's office somewhere, but,
I think one of the unfortunate things on this, not, criticizing the wisdom of EPA on this, but a home that was built like last year, we still have to survey, knowing there's no way there's lead in there, right?
No, we can put non-lead.
automatically?
And that's what we've done.
I thought at one point you said that anything, even homes built since 1988, we still had to get photos and everything.
No.
So do people need to still do that if your home's?
We're asking people to do it.
Why?
Well, copper's a regulated contaminant as well. Copper may fall under more scrutiny in the future for stricter contamination levels. We may need to know in the future where all the coppers are. Remember the issue with the baby bottles and water putting the chemical in
But
the baby
EPA's
bottles?
requiring all that.
No, there's only 4 recommendations. There's only 4 categories that EPA is requiring: lead, non-lead, galvanized needle replacement, or other.
Okay.
Non-lead.
Okay.
But the thought is they might in the future.
Yes.
And so let's just go on and get survey essentially covering more than's required, which would mean homes built past the typical time frame for the current
Yes.
survey is, requirement.
I mean, if you think of all the issues that's been talked about, like the baby bottle issue, water is, people don't realize that water is a universal solvent. And whatever it comes in contact with, it can leach those chemicals into it. So anything that we can have going forward, it'd be better off than the situation we find ourselves in today, because we don't have good records. We're like every other utility in the nation. Some utilities kept tap cards, information on service line materials. We don't have that information. So if we can, through this process, make the scope a little bit bigger, maybe we won't find ourselves in this situation in the future.
Is under the Division of Plumbing's rules, the state regs, building code, I assume they can't use, the building codes clearly prohibit any lead or anything being used, right?
Since 1988.
Yeah.
So do we know the population of houses prior to 1988?
We're about half. You take the 16,000 private side, we've got about half of those identified as non-lead. So we have about 50% of the private side remaining to do.
And can anybody, when they get on this portal, put in anyone's address? Okay.
So you were talking to homeowners and the plumbing inspectors. What about plumbers in between? So somebody's out fixing a toilet, they run to the basement, they turn off the water. They go ahead and-
We did not reach out to the plumbers. We reached out to the plumbing inspectors because they're the ones that are following up, make sure it's done right.
Yeah. It seems like but there's a lot of situations where plumbing inspectors don't come in if it's just a toilet being fixed or dishwasher or running a line for.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think we ever intended to reach out to a plumber if he's just doing a repair on
Okay,
on
I'm
a
just trying to
commode.
think of someone qualified, because even when I saw the video, that was a nice video, I think I have about an inch sticking through my wall, and it'd be hard to kind of figure out what that is, even though I had mine replaced recently, I'm just saying, but previously. Would there be a reason not to reach out to the plumbers? It seems like I know I had an electrician in one property, but they're like, oh, I rewired this 30 years ago. There's this kind of historic knowledge.
We can reach out to him and see what kind of interest. I don't think there's, but maybe a handful.
Yeah.
We have to have photographic evidence, don't we?
We're not requiring it. We're asking people to do it.
Okay.
Well, and that's actually, Jason, a good kind of PR thing. If the plumbers know and they have a service call, especially if it's in hard to get space or an elderly person, they might say, hey, have you done the survey yet? Would you like me to take the picture, fill it out for you,
Sure.
or do it with you while I'm here?
Let us reach out to the plumber, see what kind of interest we get back.
And you were going to send out a letter to all the elected officials, right? The city council and magistrates, so if they get questions.
Probably what we're doing, we're putting together on the 26th of January, we're hosting a workshop on this process. We're working on a presentation to give to that. I'll probably just go do the presentation for them.
Because, there's a list, the state Department of Building, Housing, Construction has a list of all licensed plumbers in Franklin County. I mean, I think what Jason and Catherine is, you know, a lot of people, especially elderly, might have a regular plumber and might be able to say to him, could you come out and just check that for, I mean, you know, and there's some big plumbing firms here, there's a lot of independent, and they might run out and do it for their regular customers. I mean.
Yeah.
Or at least do it when they're there for something else. I would not want a customer to feel obligated to pay a plumber to come and do it. If they really can't do it, I'd rather them go on and call us. And
I would too.
Well, I mean, the first thing a lot of plumbers will do is turn off the main to the house just to fix whatever. So that's right there. I don't want to open this can of worms, but if we were talking about incentives, it seems like the plumbers might be the place to look at. And if there would be, I mean, I don't know if there would be a way to incentivize plumbers to like make.
We had the same thought with the plumbing inspectors. You know, if you incentivize the customers, you're going to incentivize the plumbing inspectors. You're going to incentivize the plumbers.
Well, I don't want to get crazy with incentives. I'm just saying that it seems like to me that plumbers are some in the middle ground, that the people who have the expertise to quickly see what the pipe is and know what it is, and we can feel confident they know what it is. And then two, they may be able to go back through the records and go, oh yeah, we've run new lines for these 100 customers. We know exactly what that is. You know, I don't know. Number one, I'm just going to say it's a Herculean task.
Yes.
And hats off to you. I'm just trying to figure out how to help you not go a little crazy, because I mean, it seems like if I've done a lot of surveys with universities and colleges, and you put out the best survey possible, and you get 20% response back, and I'm just concerned that you can say, well, okay, 50% we know is not lead, and then of the 50% we get another 30% with hard data, and now we're sort of left with this unknown. And that's, from what you're telling me, that's a kind of scary hole that happens.
Well, this is not the only way we're identifying too. We're rolling out AMI, so we have a technician at every meter base.
Sure.
We've asked IT, they changed their software they're using for that, and they're noticing the material on both sides of the meter while they're there as well. So that's another avenue.
So really, when you pull the meter, you can see both in and out, and right there you know what goes to the house, what goes back to the main.
It is, the problem with that is a lot of times that's copper coming out and going down, then you don't know what's on the other side of the pigtail. So.
I gotcha.
So
I'm sorry. If there's already information, if it's already been, the information's come from another source, I would hate for the homeowner to go and crawl under there and all that and click it, and then either they're not going to know they're duplicating, or I don't know, maybe if they call, we're like, oh, never mind, we already got it.
That's not the case at this point.
Okay.
The ones that are done are non-lead because they fall after that date. So any information that we get is going to be new information or better information than we have. That's the way I look at it.
Okay.
So if I'm a homeowner and I go online and I click on my address and say through AMI we've already done it, will I be able to see that somebody's already entered that information?
Because we need to see it as it comes in the home as well. Well, remember the big tail I told you about?
Yeah. I was going back to what, so I mean, you got your meter out the street, and you got that coming in, then so it could be copper from the meter into the house, and then as it comes in at that cutoff, switch over to lead?
It could be, you're not going to find lead inside plumbing.
Okay.
It's typically going to be a service line.
Okay.
But what you will find is a lot of times they'll use copper to come out of the meter on both sides, goes down, it connects to galvanized, and galvanized runs into the house.
Okay.
We need to know that as well. If it's, it could be showing up copper in the vault and galvanized that comes in the house. We're going to label that as galvanized.
But we're only asking the homeowner to look at where it comes into the house, right?
Yes, and the plumbing inspectors.
Okay.
And we can reach out to the plumbers.
I don't get in the crawl space.
I have a basement, so I'll report back to all the board members, see how it goes.
Okay. Any other questions so when does you all launch the media, the first wave of this?
I would expect we would do it this week.
Okay.
And then, all this is dynamic. We can change it as we go along as we need to.
Yeah. Well, thank you. This is a huge task.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to hearing how it unrolls.
Oh, I think I think
will.
we're gonna hear.
Yeah. Maybe I said looking forward to, plan to hear, yeah. So thank you. It sounds like a lot of work.
When you go in Kroger's, just wear a hoodie and walk fast. So.
But I think you can tell the customers that we got a good story to tell.
Yeah.
And here's our story. Of the things that this new law says the utility can do, some of those things we've been doing for decades. So we're ahead of the ball game on a lot of these things.
You want to give us a couple of those real quick?
Yeah, corrosion control. We've been
Okay.
feeding corrosion control
Yeah.
since 1983, so almost 40 years.
Okay.
One of the avenues that's outlined in the new rule is called find and fix.
Okay.
If you find a lead service line in your everyday maintenance or replacement, you just get rid of it. We've been doing that for years.
Okay.
We find lead connectors, we get rid of them.
So I mean, I think that's good. That when we're talking about this, to make sure people know that we're doing, the federal government wants mandating it, but we've been doing other things to protect their safety.
We've had a
Yeah.
main replacement program. How long, Brian? 30, 40, 50 years?
And we've replaced lines in the oldest parts of town and done a lot of work downtown. And not only do we replace the main, we replace the line from the main to the meter ball, upgrade all of it. If you're gonna tear the street up, you might as well do it once.
That's
Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
So we think we got a good story to tell. We don't want our customers to go away screaming lead. 'Cause,
Right.
you know, we think we got a good story. We think we've been, ahead of the game. And we just got to get out and put it on paper now.
Yeah.
Remember all the sampling that we've done through the years, where we stand at, that's significant, and then once we get this, inventory put together, then we'll be doing the sampling in those areas. And, our numbers may be great then as well, so.
What Brian's referring to is we have to do compliance sampling every 3 years. I think we looked at the last 3 or 4 of them. We haven't had a single occurrence at the action level.
And you are actually going to then consider those, send a letter out to all of everybody with the water service.
We can do a
I mean, I
bill
think a lot of people will
stuffer.
miss the media and,
I mean, we didn't budget for a bill stuffer, but I'm sure we can put together information.
what do y'all
on it.
think? I mean, I think something just very, simple, laid out, just, here's the steps, here's what's going on. Some of the consumer protection stuff, we won't come out unannounced.
We can do that.
Yeah, we're going to be working with you over months. You don't have,
Be a good idea.
yeah, if you have questions, call.
Do we send a bill? Does everybody still get a bill in the mail?
No.
No, not everyone, but those that are paperless through the portal, we can have other communication.
Okay.
that way.
Yeah,
So
yeah, we can send an email out to them through, yeah.
Yeah.
And that would cut down postage cost.
Works for me.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, one thing I just repeat everything everyone already said. This is not only we follow the requirement EPA, it's also the best interest for the customer.
Sure.
Right, you want to know what it is. Not only record on us, I think it's the best interest for the customer. If they have that, they want to know it, they want to replace that too. So I think hopefully everything can help us lower the cost. And that's the key. I think we're going to make it happen one way or another. Hopefully we can have all the help from the people.
Yeah, the name of the game of this is help keep rates low for everybody.
Yeah. Thank you, David. Thank you
Okay,
for
thank
all
you,
your
David.
work on it.
Yep.
And the rest of your staff. Yeah. Information item, general manager's comments. We don't have to take any action on that, as I understand, right, Hans? That was information, that was a federal mandate. and- Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any.
Did we have, do you want to talk about Casey?
Yes, Casey Jones was our IT director. He's been with the plant board for 21 years, 21 and a half years. At the last board meeting, KPPA had not given positive confirmation that retirement date was going to be set, but Casey did retire at the end of December. So we just want to recognize Casey for all of his years of service. He was here for the full service network deployment whenever we went from offering all the different telecom services. I've heard some stories about that. That was quite the experience. And so from going from that beginning to how the IT department has evolved and how the services we offer have really grown, Casey is very instrumental in getting us to where we are today. We've hired Ryan Henry as our new IT director. He's been here with the company 10 years and is very capable to lead us into the next challenges we have. So just like to recognize Casey since we didn't get a chance to last week. So appreciate him, and I'm sure he's not watching.
Okay, I'm sure he's not. It's Tuesday night at 5. He's not watching.
See, all of you met Ryan. He's here. I see him working back there in the background.
Yeah.
Should he come out and take a bath?
Yeah.
Well, say hi to everybody.
Yeah. You're going to get a chance to hang out with Casey here in a few minutes.
Oh, yeah,
Ryan, I should say. Sorry.
Yeah. Hi.
Getting all confused.
Introduce myself, Ryan Henry. Like David said, I've been with the plant board here for a little over 10 years. So new IT director, looking forward to it. Was in the assistant role for a little over 6 years and ready to take the next step.
We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Any old or new business? Okay, Mr. Snyder.
Mr. Chairman, it's in order, I request permission to call a closed session pursuant to KRS 61-810-1C to discuss pending or proposed litigation regarding cost recovery, contract matters, property, and employment matters. Also, under KRS 61-810-1G, to discuss specific proposal that if openly discussed would jeopardize the siting, retention, expansion, or upgrading of business, as well as KRS 61-810-1M, to discuss a vulnerability assessment and security needs and response assessment that are exempted from disclosure under KRS 61-878, 1M1B, and 1M1B. And
May I tack one more on there, sir?
Okay.
Ask for a closed session pursuant to KRS 61-8101B regarding deliberations on the future acquisition of real property when publicity is likely to affect the value of a specific piece of property.
Let's just all assume I said that and not him.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, everybody's heard the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of going into closed session for all the reasons cited by Mr. Snyder and his alternate, Mr. Price, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? We're in the closed session. You want to come back in about 5 minutes?
Yes.
I need a motion to come out of closed session. So moved. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Mr. Snyder?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to direct staff to proceed as directed in the closed session. That would be the motion I'd like to make.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Motion to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of adjournment?
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.